for all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events, and much more. Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
Good evening and welcome. Good evening. You hear me out here? Good evening and welcome. Tell me. Right, go ahead. Good evening and welcome as we get ready for action here at the Otto Bolden Stadium. It's the first Citizens Cup. Yes, it's quarterfinal action here, and we've got Defence Force Tier 2. They're up against the Prison FC team. It's a match against the top tier versus the bottom tier, the Defence Force team. They have just lost one game all season at the Tier 2 level. They'll be looking to continue what has been a stellar season thus far as they get ready for action. Well, we've got the starting lineup for you for the boys in yellow and blue. For the Defence Force, we've got in goal number 22, Dwayne Thomas. He'll be wearing the gloves. The captain armband goes to the number 23, Jamali Garcia. Number 4, the talented and exciting Kaden Trestrailer. Number 6, Jules Lee. Number 8, Jesse Joseph. Number 4, number 9, Shaquille Holder. Number 11, Josiah Superville. Number 14, the experienced Hashimasia. Number 19, Philip Tinto. Number 26, Rondell Elcock. Number 29, another exciting youth in Theo Covador. So that's the starting lineups for the Defence Force. For the Prisons team, we've got in goal number 30, Khalid Oliver. Number 4, Anthony Primus, the captain. He'll be wearing the armband. Number 3, Anderson Gibson. Number 6, Salim Henry. Number 10, Rondell Gibson. Number 12, Omari Lazama. Number 15, Sion Thomas. Number 16, Jeremiah Vidal. Number 22, Perry Paris. Number 23, the exciting Brandon Figueroa. And rounding off the starting lineups, we've got the Sterling wingback in number 24, Kareem Eastman. So that's the starting lineup for these two. It's a virtual young versus old as we have the kick off the ball aimed at Henry. A heavy touch gets back to, that's Lezama. He's fouled. The man in the center, Mr. Derry. A quick restart. Ball played through. And bringing the ball out of the back. Cleared out and into the stands by Eastman. So it's going to be a throwing there. As Philip Tinto was the man, former Caledonia player. He's come to the Defence Force, has gone to the Tier 2. Young, exciting talent here as he's going to take this throwing. Resides in East Trinidad. Throws it up the line. And just committing the infringement there, losing possession and then committing the infringement. So it's going to be a free kick. Eastman takes it. Goes back to Perry. Goes all the way across to Sion Thomas. Thomas, the long ball played forward, but it's gone into the arms of goalkeeper Dwayne Thomas. Of course, Dwayne Thomas from Diego Martin, the Covey area. He sends his team forward, looking to restart early here. Ball banged upfield. Good commanding header. Kaden Trestrailer, the feisty Fatima College youngster, showing his skill and composure here, winning out. Defence Force able to win and taking their time, going all the way back to the goalkeeper Thomas. So they're taking their time at this Defence Force team in no great hurry. They're competing at the Tier 2 level, but they have a very experienced outfit. None more experienced than that man who just missed the centre-back, Jamali Garcia, was a captain of the Army team that won the TTPFL Tier 1 in the opening season. Ball played forward. Ball just coming off And it's going to be a throw-in. So Shaquille Holder thinking that he had won throw-in, but it's going to be the throw-in for the Prisons team. Shaquille Holder, another familiar name when it comes to local football, but it's going to be a quickly taken throw, and they go back. So Thomas, he finds Perry Paris, who strides forward. Good fullback here. Looking for movement. Decides that he's going to go near to Eastman, and it goes out of play. So it's going to be a throw-in for the defense force. Well, this bracket has brought a number of upsets. None greater than the defense force tier 2 getting past the exciting young San Juan Jablote team last time out. 2-0 winners. They'll hope that they can continue their fine form, being giant slayers, slaying tier 1 teams. Trestrail goes back to his skipper, Garcia. Ball played into Hula. In fact, that's Asia. Asia trying, and he's given a bit of a score in from his former teammates in the stands. Nothing as good as a good old laugh. The former national and W Connection man. Trestrail able to win out and exchanging passes here. Finds Asia. Ball out wider to Coveredor, but it's a sliding tackle there from Eastman. Ball in, and they're competing for every ball, this defense force team. No call by the referee, and Trestrail comes and wins out. They go back, able to reset it back to Coveredor. Asia floated ball over. Can he keep it in play? He does that, Superville, and goes back. Trestrail. Some nice skill there by young Joseph. Coveredor. Just a bit overhit, and it goes out of play. It was aimed at Theo Coveredor. This exciting young talent he is. Former St. Augustine secondary school man. Ball is thrown in. Gibson picks up. He's got loads of room and time. Ball aimed at Jeremiah Vidal, but it's cut out. And Joseph, how often have we called that name earlier on here? Perry, though that's Perry Paris, finds Salim Henry. He puts it into the channel, but the experienced Jamali Garcia wins out. Finds Trestrail. Trestrail with a searching ball. Eastman doing well there. Heading back to his keeper, Oliver, and Oliver throws it out. So if you're just joining us, you're watching First Citizens Cup action live right here on Wave TV. Remember to like, subscribe, and share. Gibson to Gibson. That's Anderson on the ball now. He tries to go through, but looking for a call. He wouldn't be getting that. So it goes through to Dwayne Thomas, the man from Diego Martin, Covin Road to be exact. Very experienced, solid keeper. No longer a youngster, but one of the keepers that you love to have in your side, and he can do just that. Able to play with his feet. Garcia finds Trestrail, a bit of a heavy touch, but he's able to recover, and they're able to exchange passes here, showing out the traditional army phenotype. Playing the ball all the way across, quite composed, but there's a mistake. It falls to the dangerous Figueroa. He cuts inside. Gibson, still Gibson. Vidal back to Gibson. It's just broken up, and Trestrail. Asia. Coveredor exchanging passes here with Trestrail. Holder. Coveredor brings the ball inside to Asia, who decides to come all the way over to Lee. Lee finding Trestrail in the pocket. He's done that well this afternoon. Jesse Joseph looking for movement, and then he just bangs it off of the experienced Anthony Paris. The coaching staff of the Defence Force, he's up. That's Marshall. Ball thrown forward. And it falls to Gibson though. He's harassed by two. But then he loses out to Trestrail. Yeah, kid and Trestrail, national, was just on the national under 17 team. Very young, and I think this experience is going to do this youngster a world of good in his career. Ball played forward, but it's broken up easily at the back. And that one just poked out for a throw-in. So a very experienced backline for the Defence Force when you talk about Rondell Elcock and Jamali Garcia, both former national senior team players. So a lot of experience there. This tier 2 team loaded with both experience and quality. So although they are in the tier 2, it's going to be a match that's going to be quite even. But it's Thomas. He bangs this one forward, aimed at Vidal, but it's cut out and Joseph does the cleaning up. Perry Paris with the header. It's taken down by Asia. Skillful and smooth. It's played through the gap is cut across. Oliver comes and it's finally cleared out. Lee finds Trestrail. Trestrail to Corridor. Corridor cross. How do you miss from there? It was a beautiful ball through. He had only to guide it home. Instead, he went over. What a miss by this man. That's Hola. There with a miss. Hands on his waist. His body language knows that he has missed his birthday. Probably a Christmas gift. But it's prisons who lived to tell another tale. Ball played through. And Holder with room and time turns. Finds Trestrail with a snapshot just going over. So the youngster here just flashing over. The Fatima College boy just showing his quality. Just turning 17 this year. So he's got a long career on him. He signaled his intent when he was the leading goal scorer at the under 14 level in the North Zone. Has scored some important goals for the Fatima College team along the way. But here he stepped up and he's matching swords with the big boys. Eastman, he knows that his team has just ducked the proverbial bullet. Sion Thomas walking this one forward, and he bangs it upfield, aimed at Salim Henry, but Lee just screens it out, does quite well. So it's going to be a goal kick for the boys from Tetron. Elcock bangs this one. It's cut out by Lizama, but it falls to Joseph. Trestrail finding Corridor. As they exchange passes here and go back to Elcock. Elcock bringing it all the way back to his goalkeeper, who finds Jamali Garcia, the skipper. He walks it forward, trying to thread the needle to get Superville going. A bit of heavy touch here. It's not been the best evening thus far for Holder. Anthony Perry with a searching ball, but it's a bit overhit. Figueroa, he's not able to get to it. The man who came from Matura United, his hands open. It's not my fault, he would be saying. And it's going to be a throwing to the defense force. Defense force tier 2 here. Remember, we're bringing the 2 games live to you. One from the Otto Bolden Stadium here, the proverbial home of football, and the other from La Hoqueta. Oliver Thomas. He's got loads of room. Goes long, aiming at Figueroa, but it's headed out. Doing some good work at the back. There was Philip Tinto. So Philip Tinto converted to a wing back here. Was a defensive midfielder with his days at Caledonia. But a very versatile player. Balls fall to another very versatile player in Gibson. Shot by Figueroa. Ball cleared. Falls to the talented Tio. But he loses out and they're able. A bit scrappy here early on. Ball played through. Corvedor showing some of the sparks of brilliance that have excited coaches throughout the country. Gibson finding Salim Henry. Back to Gibson. Gibson trying to thread the needle, but it falls to Lazama. He plays it wider to Figueroa. This could be very dangerous. He's up against Tinto, but Tinto wins that battle. He's asking for the throw. Referee Timothy Derry says it's going to be Prison's throw. So if you're just joining us, you're watching the First Citizens Cup live right here from the Otto Bolden Stadium. The score is Defense Force tier 2-0, Prisons 0. It's quarterfinal action. So it's Eastman who's going to take this throw in. Throws it in. Aimed at Lezama. Lezama finding Gibson. Anderson Gibson skips past the challenge. Drives it inside. It's easily handled there by Garcia. Snow drops with Lee. Lee asking for movement. Decides to go across the goal. Finds the experienced Elcock, who walks forward. Driven in to hold Corvedor. Trying to release Tinto, but they're able to win it back. Corvedor cuts inside. Tio Corvedor, and then a missed pass. So they've not been in control of things. Asia Corvedor just trying to pick the top right corner, but it just flashes over. So this is Corvedor showing that he's lively. The battle that he has between Eastman and himself, that's going to be one of the side tails in this one. These two players will definitely have a lot of say of what takes place early on. Already Corvedor providing it was Holder with a gift for, not for Christmas, but for the 21st of May. He decided that he'll take no May presents and skied it. In the meantime, one of the problems that we have seen all season long, well, for most of the season, no ball attendance continues. I'm sure it's going to be rectified after this game, definitely after this game. It's not going to continue, but it's going to be Oliver who's going to try to continue to keep his team in this one as he bangs the ball upfield. Misplaced header by Jeremiah Vidal, and then it's cleared out. Asia, silky smooth, rewinding the clock. That's ball played through Holder. Holder with a shot. A good save there by Oliver. It's rewind by Superville. Asia. Gibson. Lezama. The early balls finds Figueroa. He's one-on-one with a lot of room and time there. Cuts inside and then gives it away cheaply. Really And Crevedor, he has room and time here. Is he onside? No, he's not. Just fractionally outside there was a Holder. He's not started as brightly as he should. He's made the runs though, credit to him, but he's not been able to make use of the advantages that has been gained. Gibson coming and taking it off the boot of Thomas. Thomas goes back to Oliver, and Oliver brings it all the way across to Perry Paris as they exchange passes at the back. Ball banged upfield, commanding header there by Elcock. Philip Tinto boots it forward, and Perry Paris just allows it to roll into the hands of his goalkeeper. Comes across to Cian Thomas. The experienced Cian Thomas, former AC Porter Spain man, goes across field to Perry Paris. Paris finding Eastman. So patient build up here from the Prisons team. They rested a lot of players this weekend as they looked forward to this encounter. Was leading Caledonia 1-0 until when Caledonia went down to 10 men, the game spun on its head, and they lost that one 2-1. Jeremiah Vidal, but Tinto clears out, but only as far as Gibson. Henry, can Gibson get to it? He can't, and the ball goes out, and it's going to be a goal kick for the defense force. Dwayne Thomas, goalkeeper Dwayne Thomas, finds Garcia. Garcia, the former St. Anthony's College man. Strong tackle there by Gibson. So of course Caden Trestrail has definitely shown that he's up for the battle. This young exciting talent here, still a schoolboy at Fatima College, but he's showing that he has the quality to bamba with the big boys. This ball is thrown in here by Lee, finds Elcock. Elcock walking it forward, finds Tinto. Tinto trying to do a bit too much. And this ball banged upfield, aimed at Figueroa. Ball played through Vidal, but Elcock does well. Very experienced Elcock finds Joseph. He goes back to his skipper. And Garcia just walks the ball forward, finds Lee. Lee banging it forward, skips past one challenge, but he'll be tripped up by Thomas. Holder, he's already missed an opportunity, but he's showing that he's quite lively, providing good space and options for release. But it's going to be Lee who puts it back. So Lee trying to thread the needle, but Gibson, Trestrail wins out. Just tripped up there. And Salim Henry, he's pulling up a young Trestrail, picks up his shin pad, and a referee, Timothy Derry, shaking the hands of Henry. Henry gets the stern talking to. So that will be his only reprimand this time around. Lee treads it through, but then he decides to go all the way back. Finds Elcock. He bangs it forward, and it's out to Superville. Superville up against Gibson. He has two for company. Gets past both of them. Ball played inside. And then the ball is just cleared out. Figueroa. Good defensive work there by young Tinto. Doing what the textbook defending, sending him back. Ball played through. Garcia able to clear. And then hacked away by Trestrel, aimed at Quevedo, but Eastman wins that battle. We'll see many more, I'm sure, before the end of the first half. Oliver finds Thomas. He has a bit of room. Decides to go backward to Oliver. Khalil Oliver bangs this one forward. But it's well controlled there by young Philip Tinto as he strides forward. Finding Asia. Asia to Quevedo. Quevedo looping this one. But Oliver comes. A bit of a bubble. But all's well that ends well. And then he bangs it out. The early release. So he's up against Elcock this time. Ball across. Headed clear there by Garcia. Ball kept alive. Salim Henry. The early ball back across. Headed up into the air. And Henry trying to make himself big. Screens it out. And it's going to be a throw-in. So Prison's enjoying a spell of possession here. Looking dangerous on the counter. Of course, Jeremiah Vidal. Very dangerous customer going forward. After that, Brendan Figueroa. And you have an attacking force. The man on the ball is not bad for many years as well. Anthony Paris, the experienced Anthony Paris. He was rested up this weekend to ensure that his legs, the engine was running well today. But that is an easy mispass, easily handled there by Superville. Joseph finds Asia with a beautiful ball through. Quevedo. Good challenge there. It had to be on time by Eastman. It was. So Eastman, he's up on points in that battle. Figueroa. It's played into Vidal. Vidal flicking this one on. And some good defensive work there by Elcock. So Brendan Figueroa has definitely been the man to watch early on here for the Prisons outfit. He rides this challenge and then say he loves this one over. Headed down. Oh, great save there by Thomas. It was some beautiful work by Figueroa. As we see it there again. And he lofted it up at the far post. Salim Henry rides this challenge. And then say he loves this one over. The necessary was Dwight Thomas. He's now arranging his defenders here. As the Prisons team, they've got a corner. So defense force will have to defend this corner. It's going to be Salim Henry, the man from East Trinidad. Maloney to be exact. He floats this one across. Headed away. And cleared away, but only as far as Gibson. Oh! Flashing just wide. There was Gibson. Sharondell Gibson. He's been a bit of a traveler in this league now, a journeyman. Would have played some football at Caledonia. Best known for his time at Central FC. As they say, when Central was Central, he was there. Has not fulfilled his potential. Gotten a call up under Coach Angus Eve within recent times. Well, not so recent times. But I think the journeys of life have just gotten to him. But they're trying to roll back the years as Lee finds Superville. Superville, a bit of a mispass. Figueroa, he's been active. Finds Gibson. The early chance there by Lezama. That's Omari Lezama. So the defense force living dangerously. Barrington Levy songs comes to mind. You're living dangerously, and probably for the Defence Force staff, too dangerous for them. A staff that includes the legend Baltazar. Ball played through, and it's just played out there by Anthony Paris at full stretch. The Defence Force coach, Kelshon Marshall, just touching the ball, probably thinking about his time on the pitch. Ball thrown in, chested down, but it's broken up, but it falls to Vidal. Vidal goes past his man skillfully here. Vidal with a shot, just flashing over. Jeremiah Vidal there showing signs. So the Defence Force, they started off the quicker, but Prisons have definitely commentated within recent times, and they're showing that they are dangerous. You can't afford to sleep on them. Vidal there with the half chance. In the meantime, this perennial problem that has plagued the league, I think after Carnival, the ball boys just went to sleep. The ball attendance non-existent. Ball, and it's gonna be Prison's ball. The referee assistant on their side took his time and then decided early throw-in. Wendell Gibson Figueroa with the early pass, but it's gonna go into the boot of Dwayne Thomas. He's taking his time, slowing things down. Strange that Defence Force would look to slow things down with the score at 0-0 early on, but that's just to show you that this Prison team have definitely been applying some pressure. Elcock bangs this one forward. It was aimed last year, was a bit overhit. They go back to their keeper, Oliver, and cool and calm Prisons in possession. That's a very good outlet pass there by Thomas. Finds Gibson, who spreads it wider. And Henry, early ball in. He's taking it down. He's brought down at the edge of the area. At the edge of the area, we look at that again. It looked to be the edge of the area. You decide at home. What's the verdict? So it was just outside the area here. So the correct call by referee Gary, the Defence Force player, getting a card for his efforts. So it's gonna be a free kick in a very dangerous position here. Prisons, they've got lots of options here. The man who gained the free kick, Rondell Gibson, can take it. Also, with the ability to take it is Vidal. The captain a couple of years ago would have picked up the ball and decided that seniority has all the rank. That's Anthony Paris. But it seems like it's going to be Sion Thomas, who can also hit them from this region. He can pack a punch, but can he come up over the wall and come down in time? 4 in the wall. Up, oh, brilliant save there by the keeper. Just pushing over. It was well hit. And it just pushed over. So as it was pushed over there, Thomas. But it's going to be a corner. And Henry is the man to take it. He's going to be taking this with the left boot, with the right boot, sorry. The big guys from the back, they've come forward. The universal sign for last post. Perry. So Perry Paris there. Cleared up field. Good turn there by Holder. Plays this ball forward. That's a brilliant ball. But there's no one there. And Perry Paris able to come and claim. And then he just played out. So it was a good run there by Curvador. But he played it. I had a coach we used to call to who? To no one in particular. He just played it forward. There was no one in the vicinity, only blue jerseys. Ball thrown in, well taken on the chest. As trying to do a bit too much there was Tinto. He loses out. And Gibson finds Henry. Henry with a good touch. Goes back to the other Gibson. So Gibson to Gibson. Anderson, that is, to Rondell. And then Rondell with a nice searching pass. But Elcock with a commanding defensive header. Ball just broken up. Thomas. Gibson. He's been finding joy in the midfield there. Figueroa. He's got about 3 in train. Henry. He's got 2 for company. And he loses out. He had Gibson as an option. But instead he just ran it out. Good defending by Lee. And double team by Curvador. Ball played forward. Cleared out there by Perry Paris. Good commanding header by Joseph. Falls to Supervilla. That's poor refereeing. That's poor refereeing. He should have allowed the play to continue. As we have another look at it there. Superville was on it. Timothy Derry there. And we see some cards being shed. It looks like Elcock would have gotten the card. Oh, it's an infringement against prisons. So it's even more astonishing. 2 yellow cards given. One to Elcock. And the other, not quite sure who the other one went to, but it was 2. So it's Jamali Garcia who got the other. Ball played forward. Garcia. So the 2 central defenders on yellows. Ball played forward. I think there's a bit of a handball. Yes, it was. So it's going to be a free kick for Defense Force. Ball driven forward. Holder losing out. Perry. Ball's allowed to go through. The other Paris, fine. Gibson skips past the challenge. And he's brought down. A bit of theatrics there. The Oscars are gone. But I think Gibson will definitely be one up for acting contract. The other Gibson. Gibson to Gibson. That's a brilliant ball forward. Can he keep it in play? No, he can't. So the Defense Force are Tier 2 team. A bit of a feeder team for the senior team. They will have a number of young players. Theo Curvador, Philip Tinto, Keaton Trestrail, Lee, as well as Jesse Joseph. They'll be players. They'll just be preparing, keeping them in train. It's a long season for the Defense Force football club as a organization. Ball banged up field. Good defensive work there, bite into. But Prisons has been able to recapture and reset. They go all the way back to their keeper, Oliver. He finds Thomas, who's been very active early on here. Sion Thomas finds Ronald Gibson, plays it wider to the other Gibson, Anderson. He goes back to Thomas. Thomas playing it forward here. Lezama playing it aimed at his skipper, Anthony Paris. But it's cut out there by Joseph. And he exchanges passes with Lee. Joseph cutting in field. Finds Chestrail. A bit of a heavy pass there by Superville. And it goes out of play. So it's going to be throwing for the Prisons team. They would be the happy of the two thus far. Early in the set, they ducked the proverbial bullet where it was Holder who had the opportunity to put the ball into the back of the net. He didn't. And since then, Prisons have ruled the roost. They've definitely risen to the occasion. None more so than just pushed off the ball. Asia finding Chestrail with the early pass wider to Holder into the area. Asia, Chestrail just flashing over there. Young Chestrail. So young Caden Chestrail. As the fans continue to pack in here, remember it's the first Citizen. The quarterfinal action live from the Otto Boulden Stadium. It's going to be Oliver who's gonna bang this one upfield. Chestrail looking to tee things up. Charge down there. We know he can hit them from that sort of distance. Figueroa cuts in field. He's been very active early on. Finds Henry. Back to Figueroa. Ball played through. Broken up by Garcia. Joseph finds Superville wider. Superville looking to go for a bit of a run. But he's slowing down. And then Tinto comes into. That was Joseph who went back. And it goes back to the goalkeeper who finds his skipper. Jamali Garcia. That's a brilliant ball there. Falls to Crivado. Theo Crivado. He's up against Salim. Henry, the ball across. Just headed clear. Chestrail. Citrizi onside. The flag has gone up on the far side, but he would have missed anyway. But the flag was up on the far side. Hasim Asia looking to roll back the years. Legendary with his time at W Connection. He would have left W Connection and come to the Defence Force hoping to get his career new wings. It hasn't happened for him at the Defence Force. Instead, it just whimpered to an end. But here, trying to provide some experience. Another infringement there. That's Joseph just bundling over Paris. Quickly taken Figueroa, but it's broken up. And Elcock with the ball forward. Thomas has been commanding at the back. And there, calling for the infringement there. Timothy Derry blowing the other way to the amazement of most persons watching the game. You could have a view of it in a few and decide for yourself at home where that free kick was to go. It's a quick restart though. Figueroa And it's a corner. Tinto just getting the toe in. He's really been made to battle here. Up against the exciting Brandon Figueroa. Always one to take the defenders on. It's going to be a corner. It's going to be taken with the right boot. It's going to be curling in. The big guys from the back, they've loaded the area. Ball whipped in. Oh, it's punch off the line. What a save there by goalkeeper. But it's and it was a brilliant save by goalkeeper Dwayne Thomas. That one was curling in there by Figueroa. And no defender took charge. And it was Dwayne Thomas at the last moment forced to punch it away. So almost an Olympic. Yeah, Figueroa. Ball banged up. Thomas. He's been large and in charge at the back. Perry Paris has also had a good one thus far. But this has been the danger man. Brendan Figueroa. He's created most for the Prisons team, but it's broken up here. Corvidor. And they're able to win a throw in there. Ball thrown forward. And the referee assistant on the near side just signaling that there was an infringement. Yeah, I don't watch. Take it if you please. Ball played forward. Winning that battle. He's picked his pocket. Crivedo. He loves to run with the ball. And he's going to find himself in the referee's book without a doubt. He doesn't find himself in the referee's book. He gets the infringement. Timothy Derry. So it's going to be Treschel. We've seen him score at youth level from this distance. But Asia stands over it as well. And in the army, seniority has rank. So the senior man just tell the junior one, I'll take it there, lad. So it's going to be Asia. He's going to go for goal. Floated up. And it's so. And Superville was right there on the spot. I think he didn't think it would have gotten through. But Superville there had the opportunity to put his legs on it. Didn't. And in the end, a team end to that spell of play. So as the halftime whistle approaches, both teams giving as good as they've gotten. It's not been breakneck pace, but it's been an enthralling contest. And that's the halftime whistle. So at the half in this one, it's Defense Force Tier 2 0, Prisons FC 0. We're going to the break. When we come back, we have more action live right here on Wave TV as we bring to you the First Citizens quarterfinal action from the home of football in the Ottos Bolden Stadium.
Dine in, take out for flavors that transport you. Indulged into our meats marinated in our secret spice blend and slow jerked to smoky perfection, bold, spicy, and utterly unforgettable. Dive into our local classics like steamed dumplings and provision, smoked herring or saltfish breakfast, hearty stews and coconut-infused sides. Only at the Jerk Bar, 38 Frederick Street, Port of Spain.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
Dine in, take out for flavors that transport you. Indulged into our meats marinated in our secret spice blend and slow jerked to smoky perfection, bold, spicy, and utterly unforgettable. Dive into our local classics like steamed dumplings and provision, smoked herring or saltfish breakfast, hearty stews and coconut-infused sides. Only at the Jerk Bar, 38 Frederick Street, Port of Spain.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
Dine in, take out for flavors that transport you. Indulged into our meats marinated in our secret spice blend and slow jerked to smoky perfection, bold, spicy, and utterly unforgettable. Dive into our local classics like steamed dumplings and provision, smoked herring or saltfish breakfast, hearty stews and coconut-infused sides. Only at the Jerk Bar, 38 Frederick Street, Port of Spain.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events, and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
Dine in, take out for flavors that transport you. Indulged into our meats marinated in our secret spice blend and slow jerked to smoky perfection, bold, spicy, and utterly unforgettable. Dive into our local classics like steamed dumplings and provision, smoked herring or saltfish breakfast, hearty stews and coconut-infused sides. Only at the Jerk Bar, 38 Frederick Street, Port of Spain.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
Dine in, take out for flavors that transport you. Indulged into our meats marinated in our secret spice blend and slow jerked to smoky perfection, bold, spicy and utterly unforgettable. Dive into our local classics like steamed dumplings and provision, smoked herring or saltfish breakfast, hearty stews and coconut-infused sides. Only at the Jerk Bar, 38 Frederick Street, Port of Spain.
United 1-0 at the half. You can get that game on Wave TV on Facebook. Yes, Wave TV on Facebook. You can get the other two quarterfinal matches from the La Hakata Stadium there. In the meantime, the keeper of the Defence Force is just doing some running repairs. That's Dwayne Thomas, and the restart, a bit of sportsmanship by the Prisons team as they throw the ball back. So, Defence Force are looking to come forward. That's a brilliant ball forward. The early ball. Crevedor into the back of the net. Hio Crevedor Immediately on the restart, the ball was placed into the area, and Corridor finishing at the far post. Defense force, they lead 1-0 immediately on the restart. The boys from Tetron, they lead. It was a ball played into the danger area, and Theo Crevedor kept running and was there. He just bangs it home. So they've sucker punched them really. So a brilliant build-up play there by the defense force. Moments after the restart, they lead this one 1-0. Figueroa exchanging passes with Gibson. As the ball just the infringement there, so it's gonna be Gibson who's gonna take this one. Rondell Gibson. The Prisons team, they've been struck on the counter there. Figueroa unable to keep that one in play, and the ball goes out of play. So it's gonna be a goal kick for the defense force team. Well, there was a bit of a lull in the start of play. Goalkeeper Dwayne Thomas just had to do some adjustments to his gloves, and then on the restart the ball came across the back, and it was a good ball into the danger area by Superville. Ball goes all the way through, and goalkeeper Oliver skips past the challenge there of Holder. Ball played forward. Some good movement here. Running at the heart of the defense, finds the danger man. Figueroa, he cuts inside. Shot is charged down. Gibson. Good ball movement here. Skips past one challenge, but it's just cut out there by the skipper Jamali Garcia. So it's going to be corner for the Prisons team. You'll see some urgency now for them getting to the balls. Again, the problem persists since the carnival break. Limited games have seen ball attendance. Not the best for high-intensity football. But it's going to be a corner here. Referee Timothy Derry just asking the players to refrain from pushing. That's the captain of the Prisons team, Anthony Paris, very experienced captain. He's been around the world. Ball swung in with the left boot, cleared away, headed clear, but it falls only as far as Gibson. So it's Lezama. They go back to Eastman. Eastman back to his keeper, Henry. They're playing a lot of football. The keeper has gotten numerous touches. He's playing playmaker, but it's cut out, and then Joseph plays the ball out wider. Eastman up against Superville. Superville finds Tinto into the area, but it's overhit. So Philip Tinto just overhitting the Maloney resident, a young, exciting talent. Eastman banged forward, headed down and out. So it's going to be a throwing here. Of course, the winner of this one plays the winner of the Sando Giants versus Police in the semi-finals for place in the finals. Remember, 100,000 up for grabs. Ball comes all the way back and finds Perry Paris. Perry Paris brings it forward. Wider here to Eastman, was advanced. Eastman trying to get Figueroa going. The Curvador just puts it out of play. He's scored a goal already for his team. The former St. Augustine Secondary School's man. He's bambering with the big boys. Was supposed to be away on scholarship. That hasn't worked out just yet. Gibson finds Eastman. That's a nice searching ball across. Lezama. This is ball kept alive. Gibson finds Eastman on the overlap. Eastman into the area. Ball across. And the referee again calling for an infringement. It's the kind of foul that is 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. You can't blame the referee, but if he doesn't call it, you'll think that it's also a fair decision. It's going to be a free kick in a very, very dangerous position here. Standing over the ball is Ronald Gibson. Also thinking that he should take it. Salim Henry jogs across as well. So it's going to be a free kick. Rolled, banged off the wall, goes out, and it's going to be a corner. So that was the other Gibson. Anderson Gibson with the effort. Goes out, so it's going to be a corner here. And Anderson Gibson will take this one. Floats this one into the area. Keeper comes and it's bundled home. Perry Paris. So the Prisons team, they've reacted. They celebrate. Look at the celebrations. It's Perry Paris. The keeper, Dwayne Thomas, he was caught in the traffic. He tried to push. Did not. First to react was Perry Paris. He headed home, and Prisons, they lead. They have pulled level, one apiece here. So when the defense force seem that they would lengthen the advantage, the Prisons team has been able to find themselves a foothold back into this one. So one apiece here. Perry Paris with the response for the Prisons outfit. Ball banged forward. Figueroa skips past the challenge. And he's beating Tinto. And he's loses out, no call. Curvador aimed at Hola, back to Curvador. Curvador with a touch. Oh, he's just pulled it wide. With the opportunity there, the one-on-one opportunity, Theo Curvador goes from hero to zero quickly. He had a chance to put his team back up 2-1. It was Holder with the pass. Curvedor 1-on-1 with the keeper. He didn't even hit the target. He dragged it wide. And in the end, the scores remain 1 goal apiece. So moments ago, he was dancing and celebrating. The crowd was calling his name. This time, they're calling his name for a totally different reason. So it's Prisons just here on the restart. Perry Paris, a goal scorer for Prison, finds Jeremiah. Ball out wider. Superville finding Trestrale. He's disappeared a bit in this the second half. Lee. Holder back to Lee. Just not on the same page. Just getting the wires crossed. Ball banged forward. Well taken there by Jamali Garcia. Goes back to Lee. Lee goes all the way back to his keeper, Thomas. Normally Thomas is very good with his feet. Good commanding header. And it's put down and they go back to the keeper. So goalkeeper Oliver finding Perry Paris. He just slowing things down, finds Eastman. Eastman, this combative wing back. Good work there by Vidal. He tries to get Gibson going, but there's some good defensive work there by Superville. Trestrale. Joseph goes back to Elcock. Elcock across Lee. Lee into the channel there. It's just broken up. Arce has also disappeared from this one. Ball wider aimed at Curvedor. He can't keep it in play, so it's going to be a throw-in to the Prisons team. So it's warming up here in this contest. The Defence Force Tier 2 up against Prisons FC. Both teams look at a goal apiece. Both goals coming in the second half. It was the Defence Force who struck first in the second half soon after the restart. Curvedor finishing off a play created by Superville. But then from a set piece, a corner actually, it was Perry. Dwayne Thomas coming and not claiming confidently, and Perry Paris was able to head home to level things up for his team. Remember, it's first Citizens Cup action live right here on Wave TV. You can get the second sets of matches that are being played simultaneously at the Laguna Recreation Ground on Wave TV Facebook. So if you want to see some of the action there, that was Matura versus Pity Valley Diggory Martin United. Anthony Paris in his younger days would have flown into the area. Now more conservative. Henry. Ball threaded through. Some good defensive work. Ball played. Good work there by Holder, but he just sandwiched off of it. Joseph finds Lee. Lee to Superville. Superville back to Joseph. Trestrale. Back to Joseph. So Defence Force going into their traditional mode here now. Really knocking the ball around, having good possession. Arce, a bit of a heavy touch. And if it goes, it's going to be a corner. But able to react first. And there it banged off of the defender. That's Anders Gibson. And it goes out for a corner for the Defence Force. So remember to like, subscribe and share. to Wave TV for all your sporting needs. We've got athletics coming up. You could also get volleyball as well as basketball. The national championships for the volleyball would be on Wave TV. So lots to look forward to. It's going to be young Caden Chestrel who's going to take this one. He's going to take this with the right boot. It's going to be curling in. The big guys from the back, they've come in. They've loaded the area. Lots of aerial power for this Defence Force team. The traditional signal, hands in the air for the far post. Tries it, comes first post. Doesn't get past over Salim Henry, who charges forward. Ball aimed at Figueroa, but Covedo caught in possession. Ball played forward and unable to keep it in play. There is the skipper, probably looking to roll back the years, but there's going to be some substitutions, and it's the impressive Josiah King who's going to enter. So that's an attacking change for Prisons if ever there was one, and it's going to be Anderson Gibson who's going to be withdrawn. Some change of equipment as they enter. There's a saying, I will refrain from saying it, but we've seen stranger things happen. But the impressive King jogs on. Chestrel. Jamali Garcia finds Lee. Lee to Chestrel. Chestrel finding Elcock. So just come in the pocket to get a touch. Joseph. So Jesse Joseph, JJ, just showing signs of life. Attacking intent. That one just flashing over. Another one of these youngsters that the Defence Force have invested in. Playing at this level would definitely help his game. It's one of the things that Defence Force has done this season. They've not only looked at the here and now, they've also looked down the road, investing in young talent. It doesn't only provide the team's needs later down the road, but it also provides the options for transfers and the business of football to continue. Asia finds Chestrel. It's just a short pass. And King, but they're able to win out. And it's Lee on the overlap. Lee cuts inside, whips it, and then it's headed clear by Perry Paris. Flips forward. And good sliding tackle there by the skipper. And then Vidal makes his body big. So more substitutions about to be made. As Prisons, they're making them one at a time, so they're using substitution windows. And it's going to be Levin Caraballo. So it's definitely more attacking intent. The skipper, the old soldier. No pun intended. He walks off. Anthony Paris, the captain. And Levin Caraballo comes on. So the Defence Force looking to attack here. And it's going to be Chestrel. Superville. Good, nice telling run there by Superville. Ball bowled out. Played forward. Salim Henry. And it's given away there by Gibson. Tia Crivado. Just getting on it. There are 2 wires crossed. So there's going to be another substitution here. This time for the defense force, Big Dwight Quintero. The man from the Maracas Bay area, the Blanchisseuse area, he's North Trinidad. He comes on. He replaces Shaquille Holder. So both teams are showing attacking intent. Prisons more so because they've withdrawn their defensive players and brought on all-out attackers. The defense force like for like. Holder being replaced by Dwight Quintero. Quintero has a story to tell. The former W Connection man. He's been a soldier a couple of years now. Was once one of the younger rising talents. Had a knee injury that just curtailed his progress. Last season, he played with the Tier 1 team. Didn't get much minutes, but he featured in that team. And this season, he's gone downstairs to the Tier 2 to provide that experience and guidance. Another man who's done a similar journey is Elcock, as he bangs this one forward aimed at Quintero. But Perry does wonderfully well. And Eastman goes back to Oliver. Oliver with a heavy touch. And he's able to bang it forward. Good defensive header there by Lee. But it's broken up. And the Prisons team able to come forward. Lezama just giving away possession. And then Tinto aimed at Quintero. Big body. Dwight Quintero. So it's going to be a throwing here for the defense force team. No team in great hurry to get the ball. Again, when you want to play intense football, as anyone who's been on the training pitch know, you have men circling the pitch to throw back the ball as quickly as possible. So if you have a game going on and there's no ball attendance, it's always going to be a bit of a problem for teams wanting to play high intensity up-tempo football. But so it goes. Lee trying to be cheeky there. Was Supervelli loses out. Ball comes into the Prisons team as Figueroa goes out wider. The early ball teed up, shot, just over. But that will definitely signal something. It was Vidal who was free there. You can see from his body. I don't think he is the only one who's disappointed with the execution of that skill. Figueroa deflected, but it's easily handled there by Thomas. Quick restart. Ahasia exchanging passes with Corvedor. Nice touch there by Quintero. Finds Superville forward. Superville with the ball across. Just headed clear there by Perry Paris. Figueroa gives it away. Tinto. Tinto trying to thread the needle. The fans in the stand just telling him he's trying to force it. Young Philip Tinto. He's just waiting for the ball. Again, the intensity will just drop if you got to wait for the ball. But it's Tinto, as we see, just coming onto the pitch to warm up the club Sando team. Corridor losing out and then fouling Figueroa. Quickly taken. Referee Derry just calling things back. Eastman just being instructed to put the ball in the right position, and he goes back to Perry. Eastman. It bangs off the back of Corridor. It's going to be a throw-in. And Eastman unable to keep it in play. So this passage of play just losing its bite. Of course, remember, if the game remain tied at the end of full time, it will be decided. It kicks from the penalty mark. Salim Henry. Vidal. And going down and staying down. The physios for the defense force team, they run on. Well, he's up. It's Tinto, Philip Tinto. He's able to walk to the sideline, always a good sign. The Prisons team would think that they were denied an advantageous position. But referee Tibbs Derry is going to have the restart. And he just bumped the ball. And Figueroa. Eastman exchanging passes with Caballo. Ball wider to the dangerous King. King with a bit of a heavy touch. But he's able to win a corner for his team. So Prisons with another corner here. He's going to be taking this with the left boot. This is Josiah King. He's very dangerous from this sort of set piece. Ball whipped into the area. It's gone all the way over. Good movement there by Gibson. Ronald Gibson. He's kept it in play. Trying to go down. Ball played forward. Perry, cool, calm and collected. He's been awesome for his team. Chest trail. The early ball. But Perry is able to clear down. Corridor bangs it forward again. Headed back to the keeper, Oliver, and he just restarts things quickly. Goes to King. King to Carbello. They go back to Thomas, who finds Carbello. Caballo. Eastman. Back to Perry Paris. He's been awesome for his team. Perry Paris. 11. Caballo. But it's broken up. And Another call there. The Partizan Defense Force crowd not happy with the calls here. As it's a double substitution here. As it's going to be young Caden Chestrail who leaves. So Chestrail out and Jarek Williams who comes on for him, and Keelan Asivero. So Asivero on, and it's a goal kick. So Brendan Figueroa putting the works on Philip Tinto. Philip Tinto. Bit of a heavy touch there. Paris. Elcock. But good control there by Asia. But he's giving it away here. And this could be dangerous. Rondell Gibson. And that ball goes into the hands of goalkeeper Thomas. Dwayne Thomas. Ball banged upfield. Good defensive header. And yeah, it's just going out of play. So the whole defense force fraternity here, the CDS, Mr. Daniel is here, Director Ryan Otley, also the chaplain is here, as they enjoyed the football action. But back to the action on the pitch. It's an infringement here. And it seems to be Gibson who has gone down. It's Vidal, Figueroa, who was given a dose of the army treatment. But it's going to be Lezama. He goes short to King. Joseph finding Crivedo. Good tackle. But it goes out, and it's going to be a corner. So defense force with a opportunity here. Standing over the ball is the substitute, Williams. Tariq Williams. Ball into the area. Lezama finds Vidal, who peels off of Lee. Ball whipped into the area, but it's much too straight, and it goes out. It's going to be a goal kick. So as the referees for the next game is just do their pre-game warm-ups, as well as the Defence Force Elite. There's been a team of the season. Club Sando will try to put a spoke in their wheel a little later on. On the pitch though, it's Defence Force Tier 2 who's up against the Prisons team. The scores at this point: Defence Tier 2 1, Prisons 1, all to play for. Elcock, Garcia, ball played through Quintero, Covidor, ball across, but it's into the hands of goalkeeper Oliver, and Khalil Oliver sends his team forward. Finds Figueroa of Tinto all evening long. Finds Rondell Gibson in the pocket. No call by the referee. Lee. Bit of a heavy touch. And that ball just goes out of play. So it's not much time left in this one as we approach the final 10 minutes. So 83 minutes gone in this one. 7 minutes to find a winner in normal time. Ball just banged up, headed forward. It was aimed at Quintero. Perry was competent. Bang crossfield. Good take there. Yeah, he's gonna find the referee's book. That's King. So Josiah King finds himself in the referee's book. In the meantime, it's going to be a free kick. Asia stands over this one. Hands akimbo. The big guys from the back, they've loaded the area. A lot of aerial power in there. Elcock, Jamali Garcia look no further. Add to that Quintero, the ball is in. Tio Covidor. And he just, it's... Ball banged upfield. Good defensive header. Elcock. They exchange passes. Ball played forward. Sliding tackle. And Quintero asking for a call. He got it. Referee Timothy Derry responding to the call. And it's going to be Asia. Well, he's gotten a number of opportunities. So I think seniority should just go down the totem pole here now. Well, he also has a Quintero there. Well, Asia looking to roll back the years here. Is there one last shot in his gun? Touched off. Quintero into the back of the net. Dwight Quintero, a bit of magic. The man from the North Coast. He puts his team up. Expecting Hasimasia to take it. He just touched it short to Dwight Quintero. And Quintero rolling back the years as he banged it past the keeper. And defense force, they go up 2-1. Is that the dagger that kills off the Prisons team here tonight? So mixing and matching it there. It was a tricky free kick there. They were expecting Hasimasia to blast it home. And the substitutions are coming, and they're coming fast as Bibi comes on and off goes. So 3 substitutions. On comes Bond. So Bond, the keeper, comes on, as well as Akeem Bibi Bailey. And the number 5, Aaron Peters. So the proverbial last throw of the die as Mark Griffith comes on for the defense force. So the Prisons team will have to be able to fashion a response quickly. So in this battle of the security services, the defense force tier 2, they lead 2-1. They've gotten a little antsy in the crowd. A fairly decent crowd here at the Otto Boulden Stadium, given that it's midweek. But that is what victory does. Success breeds fans. The fourth official just putting up the different substitutions that would have taken place earlier on. 5 minutes of stoppage time to be played as well. So the defense force will have 5 minutes to hold out for. Referee Timothy Derry looking to restart. Ball banged upfield. Eastman. Aimed at Figueroa. This could be dangerous. No call by the referee. Strong tackle there. Stood inside. Ball shoot. Griffith! And Mark Griffith with the exclamation mark here. Watch the celebration as he celebrates to the crowd. They've booked their place into the semi-final. Force tier 2. Mark Griffith with the exclamation mark here as he got it on the platter. He took his time and picked his spot, put it past goalkeeper Bourne, and defense force, they've booked their place into the semi-finals here. They'll wait on the winner of Club Sando and Club Sando Giants and the police team being played a little later on. So Mark Griffith, he made his coach look like a genius. And he made his mark, putting it into the back of the net as the Army Tier 2, they're large and in charge, leading this one 3-1. And now the prisons team, looking like they have no answers. This could be the answer. Brandon Figueroa, he's been good for his team, and he's called for the infringement there. The substitute, Kelon Acivero, just holding his face, collecting a brush off the arms of the impressive Brendan Figueroa. So Prison's fairy tale run has come to an end. The defense force playing in bright yellow, and recently they've just been saying that yellow is the code. So they'll look to book their place into the semi-finals here. No great hurry. Captain Jamali Garcia bangs this one forward. Mix up, and the referee just calling for an injury here. So the Army going down more often than not now. The time beginning to wind down here. Defense force tier 2, they seem to have punched the ticket into the semi-finals. Dairy just looking for the restart here. We'll get the score for the game between Matura and Pity Valley Digger Martin United shortly for you. The last time we checked, it was 1-0. Matura leading Pity Valley Digger Martin United. Ball slipped through. Losing his footing, Krigora. I think that slip really simplifying what the evening has been for this Prisons team. Ball cleared out. Anywhere will do. So that's the final whistle at the end of 90 plus minutes. Defense Force Tier 2, their Cinderella run continues. Another Tier 1 team falling victim to the Tier 2 team as they book their place in the semi-finals. They'll meet the winner of the Police versus Club Sando Giants team. That's later on at Lahokota Rangers ground. Well, we go to the break. When we come back, we'll have more action as the Defense Force Elite, their Tier 1 team, they come up against Club Sando in the nightcap here. No. Yeah. Yeah.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
Dine in, take out for flavors that transport you. Indulged into our meats marinated in our secret spice blend and slow jerked to smoky perfection, bold, spicy and utterly unforgettable. Dive into our local classics like steamed dumplings and provision, smoked herring or saltfish breakfast, hearty stews and coconut infused sides. Only at the Jerk Bar, 38 Frederick Street, Port of Spain.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
Dine in, take out for flavors that transport you. Indulged into our meats marinated in our secret spice blend and slow jerked to smoky perfection, bold, spicy, and utterly unforgettable. Dive into our local classics like steamed dumplings and provision, smoked herring or saltfish breakfast, hearty stews and coconut-infused sides. Only at the Jerk Bar, 38 Frederick Street, Port of Spain.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
Welcome back as we get ready for this. It's the nightcap, the match of the round, really. Defense Force Elite, they're up against Club Sando, and this one promises to be a cracker. I'm going to get with me is former Toronto national defender, Ranfa Abouaka. Good afternoon, Ranfa.
Good evening to your viewers. Welcome to this massive game. Second game of a doubleheader, of course. Defense Force against Club Sando. The last time these two teams met was in the league a couple of weeks ago. It ended up 3-0, but it really was a flattering scoreline for Defense Force. If you saw the game, if you saw the results, you think it would have been a walkover, but it certainly wasn't that. And if Angus Eve's troops could rectify some of their finishing that night, I think they have a big chance in this one.
Well, we have the starting lineups for you. We'll start with Defense Force. In goal, Christopher Bigot, he'll be sporting the number 22 jersey. The captain for tonight, Curtis Gonzalez, he'll be sporting number 17 jersey. Number 2, Isaiah Garcia, back into the starting lineups. He'll be wearing number 2. Number 7, Jelani Felix. Number 9, the big man, Brent Sam. Number 13, Rivaldo Corvat. Number 15, Shaquille Shaq Bertram returns as well. Justin Sado settles the midfield. Jelani Peters, he's there as well, wearing the number 27 jersey. Number 37, Kasim Keller. And rounding off the starting lineups, Keelan Sinclair, he'll be sporting 77. For the Club Sando team, we've got the starting lineups, Rodolfo.
Yeah, there's Toshan Ragu in goal, Hamilton, Cooper, Pascal, Darren John at left back, Shaquille Henry will lead the line. He will have support from Nicholas Dillon, Luke Phillip, Jabari Henry, Kevin Williams and Keon Joseph will complete the midfield.
Well, a luxury of riches for the Defence Force. They've been playing to win the double for the last couple of games as we have the kickoff. Felix finding Saint-Hilaire. Korat back and it goes out of play. So Rodolfo, luxury of riches, this Defence Force elite team. In the last couple of games, they rested Curtis Gonzalez, Brent Sam, Isaiah Garcia, Jelani Felix, as well as Shaquille Shaq Bertram as they look hot down the double. Today, no Kevin Molino.
No Kevin Molino, but Coriat is back in there. He will replace Molino's guile and creativity. And they have more than enough to overcome their opponents tonight, that's for sure.
Well, they played as if they didn't lose a beat. And they have come here now looking to make a statement here without saying a word. But they come up against a very feisty and determined Club Sando team looking to salvage what would have been a disappointing season for them. Only a 6th place at best finish possible. As Bigot starts things off, he rolls it to Garcia. Isaiah Garcia finds Big Brent Sam. Brent Sam finding Jelani Felix. Felix trying to thread the needle. The two players not on the same page. And they go back to their keeper Ragu. This youngster would have come from the Maskell Academy in Maruga. That ball just going out of play. Now, no Cummins, no Karen Cummins for Club Sando. He's not on the starting lineup. So the coach, Angus Eve, normally very pragmatic, probably going for a bit of a defensive shape against his free-scoring Defence Force team.
Yeah, Coach Angus Eve, known for his conservative style. But in contrast to that, he does have two strikers, two out-and-out strikers, Shaquille Henry and Nicholas Dillon in today. That's how they finished off the last league game a couple of weeks ago, and they did cause Defence Force a lot of problems. But for some really errant finishing, they could have had a different result that night. So very, very interesting that the two of them start up top today.
Well, although he's not started with the creative energy of Cummins, he has a big guy, Nicholas Dillon, up front, together with Shaquille Smek Henry. So that shows some attack intent by Angus Eve.
Yeah, an extra body up top with Henry will of course be helpful. We know and we've identified that Defence Force can be a little bit vulnerable on the counter, especially with their perceived lack of pace at the back. So Henry and Dillon will look to take advantage of that this evening.
Play as Club Sando showing on that they have come to play there. They maintaining a bit of possession when they get it. That ball coming off of Big Brent Sam. Of course, Sam in today to start ahead of Isaiah Leacock. He's been the preferred man. Big Brent Sam, of course, leads most attacks as Shivinez Hamilton goes back. Darren John. Cooper just banging it forward. He's been put under pressure. You can expect the Army team to be coming. Curtis Gonzalez weighing the armband this evening, sorry. Ball thrown in. Korat. Ball kept alive Shaq Bertram, a beautiful delivery. Good defensive header there by Jabari Henry. It had to be good. So this is what Shaquille Bertram brings to the Army team, a flying winger, if ever there was one.
Yeah, good pace, good energy on the flank from him. Always a threat. Speaking of threats, we don't have the threat of Justin Garcia tonight, but we do have Jelani Peters, 6 foot plus. That's his replacement for tonight's cup fixture.
Well, they've got no Justin Shiggy Garcia to aim at this evening, but they've got Jelani Peters. And you can look no further for Brent Sam to aerial power from these set pieces.
Yes, Club Sando going to have to be switched on with these.
Ball flown into the area. Whipped in. Still Garcia. And just using his strength, screens it out. And it's going to be a corner this time on the other side. Using his strength against Kevin Williams there. So it's going to be another corner. Ball whipped into the area. Brent Sam unable to direct his header, and it comes out. It's going to be another corner. So 3 back-to-back corners here. They are
important
applying
for
the
Club
pressure.
Sando to weather this early storm. Much better corner. Whipped in, that's the trajectory, that's the power you need on a corner to get any pitches from it.
So, look at him take this. Is Jelani Felix. The man, as his family reminded me, from Santa Cruz. He's got a couple of national caps already. Left-footed wing back. He's going to whip this one in. It's floated across. And this time it comes off, and it's going to be goal kick.
Yeah, a bit too much height on the corner. It's difficult to get power from your headers when the ball is looped in like that.
Joseph finding Dillon. Nicholas Dillon losing out. And here they come. Saint-Hilaire, lightning fast. The Carnage man. Correct. Keeping it alive. Early ball. And it just goes out. It's going to be a throw-in on this near side. So defense force starting with their foot to the pedal here.
Yeah, interesting from Club Sando as well. They've shuffled it back from the last game they played in the league against Defense Force. They've called on the versatility of Hamilton once more. He has sit in midfield as opposed to left-sided where he played in the last game. Jason Joseph is also preferred in that midfield area. The last game he played out as a right wing back, and Rian Moore had a field day out there. So a few little tinkering from Angus Eve just to nullify the threat of Defense Force.
So Darren John with the throw-in. He throws it in. Headed on by Nicholas Dillon. Ball just whipped upfield. Brent Sam battling. Falls Korat. Finds Saint-Hilaire. Saint-Hilaire into the area. Pull back. But able to recover there and put it out for a corner.
Just as well for Club Sando after an earlier slip. Misjudgment from him there, but able to scramble back and avoid any further inroads.
So just what you expected from the defense force, a lightning fast start as they continue to apply the pressure here. It's going to be a corner this time taken with the right boot. It's curling in. Goes out. So already corner number 5 for the defense force. The Club Sando team unable to clear their lines really.
Yeah, hardly been out of their half so far. But still, it's important. Weather this early storm. It's not going to last forever, but buckle down, be tight.
Whipped in. Headed clear. Correct. It's kept alive. Flag has stayed down into the back of the net. It was only a matter of time. Shakil Shak Bertram. This is what he does. He sticks around, sticks in the game, and he puts his team up 1-0.
Yeah, unable to clear their lines. Hoping on a bailout from the linesman. It doesn't come. Didn't seem as though the defensive line of Club Sando got out in time. And Bertram at the back was taking advantage. No mistake with the finish. Kissing it off the top of the crossbar.
So defense, they've already started 1-0. The replay showing that he definitely was onside. So it was a good goal. No question there.
Yeah,
the keeper,
Sando back line.
Rago, was begging for the flag to go up. None came. And in the end, a mistake there by Jelani Brain Peters. But all's well that ends well for the French Force Elite. Some good work there by Sando. Good defensive header, but it falls. That's a brilliant ball. And a shot there, just flashing over. Well, he was let through on his, but he had to cut back on his right boot. So just brought the defender back into play with that far.
He really shouldn't be cutting back there. He's already well behind him. He's not going to catch him, not with his pace. It's almost like he hesitated, looking for a stronger foot. And that hesitation allowed the defender to come back, close him down, and force a shot that wasn't on, really.
But from what we're seeing tonight, it's going to be a long night for Club Sando.
Yeah, they're struggling to get out the blocks here. And if they aren't careful, this cup tie could be over before the first half.
Ragu doing well there, and it's been a frenetic start. Long and hopeful, hitting and hoping really, the Club Sando team.
Yeah, the missing player personnel, that is Kieran Cummings. He's someone you could always look forward to playing the ball into and be sure that you maintain possession, but they don't exactly have a player like that in midfield, and they have to force the ball long, and that has forced them to give away possession way too easily.
And Christopher Biggart just has to be a bit creative, puts that one out for a throw instead of a corner with the misplaced back pass.
Very sloppy. Very sloppy from the defense force team there. Allowing Club Sando a little bit of respite.
So the defense force here, the Club Sando team getting a bit of possession, John. But they're able to get the first corner as a referee, Quincy Williams, right there on spot. And it's going to be a corner here for the Club Sando team.
Yeah, they have threats of their own from these types of set pieces. Of course, Dillon, Henry, Cooper from the back.
You took the words proverbially from my mouth. I was now saying normally this would be advantage Club Sando, but not against this defense force team with their height.
Yeah, a lot of guys matching up height for height. It's about the delivery, it's about the aggression.
Just headed clear. Good work there by Luke Phillip to just slow the defense force counter. Kevin Williams there going to work, causing a bit of trouble. Let's examine the formation of this Club Sando team though. When you look at the Club Sando team, you're seeing that Hamilton, who normally plays at wing back, at right back, he's playing in the center of the midfield. Jason Joseph as well, who's a very defensive minded player. So they've got the back four, and then they've got a cushion of armor really of two, a shield of two, to block things up as well. And then when you count in Luke Phillip, who's also a warrior type midfielder, a very defensive setup here by Angus Eve.
Yeah, they are very much Angus Eve type players, workmanlike, won't shy away from a tackle. But he also has the option of attacking with John out wide, Joseph out wide, and of course the duo up front of Dylan and Henry. So it's not all defensive, that's for sure.
Now, how does the tactics from the Club Sando team change going down 1-0 so early in the set, Rodanfa?
I don't think there will be. I haven't identified any changes just yet. Of course, it's a set play that they conceded off of. That'll be disappointing. That's not a function of a bad setup tactically, per se. But they do have two up front, so they have options, they have bodies. If they get out wide, if they get crosses, Henry and Dylan are both physical presences in the box.
Well, they're in possession here. Luke Phillip going back to Cooper. In fact, it's Cooper on the ball here now. Trying to do a bit too much there was Smith Henry. So it's Pascal. Normally plays the defensive pin, Pascal, but now he's gone back to be a fullback. No signs of Elton John, who's done well for the team as a center back.
Yeah, the word is he's nursing an injury, so unable to participate tonight.
Some beautiful work there. Scintille. Still Scintille. Felix. Scintille. Straight into the arms of Arago.
So you see a little bit of Club Sando's intent there. Quick counter-attack is the order of the day for them. Not getting it right there and surrender possession. You have to chase the ball once more.
That's a brilliant pass there. Garcia. The early ball finds Sam. Good save by Ragu.
Yeah, well struck by Sam. On his right foot as well. Had to get down sharply there, Ragu, and he did. Clean save. No leftovers.
So defense was looking dangerous from different kinds of looks. There we saw the wing back overlapping. Isaiah Garcia on the overlap. The early service to Brent Sam, and another opportunity being created as well. Pascal finding Cooper. Cooper flicked on, but Bigat comes out and the Diego Martin man just slows things down. Comes from a sporting family really, the brother of Cleon John, also a goalkeeper. He's been included in the 52, the 54, provisional 54 for the Gold Cup. So he'll want to try to make a statement, a push for the final. You're going to the Gold Cup with 3 keepers or 2?
3. Never been short on talent in that department over the years, that's for sure.
Koyat, sorry. Finding wider. Scintille. Strong tackle there by Hamilton. Ball played forward. Curtis Boyer-Gonzalez showing the composure that has made him a long-standing fixture on this Defence Force team. Joseph. Big Brent Sam. Shaquille Shaq Bertram turning one way then the other.
Yeah, illegally upended by the retreat in Hamilton.
Club Sando finally getting their feet into the game. They've gone down.
Yeah, it took them almost 20 minutes. Peter's fault for this, by the way. It's going to be aimed at the penalty spot.
Ragu comes bravely. I think his young Ragu has put his name up for a national look-in. He's got a lot of men ahead of him, but I think he's one for the future.
Yeah, good brave goalkeeping, courageous to come out in that crowd of players. Didn't punch it either. 2 hands on it, big palms, clean take.
Again, the ball forward, but this time Pascal comes and wins, but then it's given away. Saint-Hilaire, strong tackle.
From Pascal.
Seemed to be 6 or 1/2 a dozen the other day. The referee assistant on the near side took ages to decide where that ball was going. Probably he used the replay that we use.
Neither of them was sure. Sometimes you gauge it from the reaction of the players, which way it goes.
But it's going to be a corner here. Sado to take it. He's taking it with the right boots. It's going to be curling away. The big guys have loaded the area. Ball still not cleared.
Struggling a bit, Club Sando, with these corners. Unable to get a good clean head on the ball.
Well, you're seeing the aerial strength of this Defence Force team. When you look at Jelani Peters, Big Brent Sam, Keaton Saint-Hilaire, Sam, Nicholas Dillon. So San. Luke Phillip. Still Luke Phillip. Ball played out wider.
3 in the box. Fine ball.
Just kept in play there by Sado. Hamilton. Bigat comes and claims. Bowled out wider. Felix to bring it forward. Big Brent Sam just going to work, just losing out. Remember to like, subscribe, and share for all your sporting needs. If you want to see the Giants versus Police game, you can view it on Wave TV Facebook. That's going on simultaneously at the local recreation grounds. Early on, Matura, MIC Matura reunited. They booked their place in the semifinals. They'll meet Defense Force. They'll meet the winner of this one, sorry. I don't want to be presumptuous. So they'll meet the winner of Defense Force versus Club Sando. I didn't finish my statement. There's a strong tackle there. Darren John, Pascal. So enjoying a spell of possession here, Rodanfa. But then they get the commentator's curse. Ball played forward.
So Club Sando didn't survive the early onslaught, unfortunately, but they have time, more than enough time to get back in this game. They don't have to rush, and they don't appear to be doing so at the moment. This is that time for Defense Force as well to consolidate, catch their breath from that early whirlwind start. But you don't want to let Club Sando into the game. You don't want them to build their confidence, get a rhythm.
Strong tackle there by Sado.
That's exactly
Wins
what
out.
you need.
Now, with Anfo, we see the progression of players. Justin Sado being one of them. You know, when he started, he wasn't known for his strong tackling or his defensive presence, but he's coming to a Defense Force team that normally plays with the center midfielder more defensive than offensive, and he's had to add that to his game. And you're seeing he's putting his foot into the challenges. He's breaking up the passing lanes and not afraid to be physical.
Yeah, he's added that to his game for sure. Early on, he was seen as a little bit lightweight coming out of school football, but he has grown into that role well and recognized the physical side that's needed in that particular position. Good to see young players evolve in their game.
So Jabari Henry to Hamilton. Ball across, aimed at John. Yeah, I think like no call. Whoa. Well, I think flirting with danger there, Garcia. You got to be careful when the arm goes away from the body. Shoulder to shoulder, no problem. But as long as the arm goes away from the body, the Army contingent just saying that he's too light. But it's
more than a shoulder there.
I think it was an extended shoulder.
Once it's consistent.
That's shoulder to shoulder. And Club Sando. Luke Phillip, one of the young talents from the south. The man from Point 14. And Keller will find himself in the book.
He did well in the end, but initially, could he be on the half turn so that he could progress the ball and get forward a little bit faster? As I said, he managed to wriggle free and earn the foul, but he could have avoided that by being half turn and able to progress the ball a little bit faster.
That's one of the problems that we see with young Luke Phillip. He just likes to hold the ball a bit much. I think it would have been something he would have developed as a youngster.
In the midfield, you simply don't have that time.
Ball floated forward, and coming strongly was Bigot. He's been flattened. He's going up against Shaquille Smack Henry, and he's a powerful machine.
He's taking a hit there.
Very physical. But Bigot is rolling there in pain.
Yeah, a little bit of the contact and perhaps a little bit of the landing there caused that damage.
Now I saw a couple things happen within recent times. I've seen keepers gone up, bump into players and drop the ball. And I think I am really at a loss at how that happens. I remember in my time, Trevor Nottingham was in goal. I was defending for Trevor Nottingham. The ball for a corner, and he called. I couldn't get out of the way. I woke up in the hospital.
The keepers are a protected species. You can't touch them really. Definitely not inside the 6-yard area and even inside the
So it's
18-yard
strange
box.
now that you see keepers going up against players and they're coming out not even second best, third best, because Shaquille McHenry, he walked away from the collision. Isaiah Garcia also went down and he walked away from the collision, but unable to get up is Christopher Bigot.
Yeah, Gordon, in the 1950s when you played, it was okay to come out with your knees up and be a little bit dangerous, really, and disguise it as protecting yourself, but that's not allowed anymore.
Well, the keeper has finally gotten up and just giving a hint to my age there. But there was a saying that pretty soon you will also be in that conversation.
Not too far away, man. I'm not too far away.
Well, Bigot's up, and that's a good sign, and he's going to take this kick, so that's even a better sign. So all's well that ends well, as Christopher Bigot is up, bangs this one forward. Ball goes all the way through, and comes off of Bertram. Shaquille Bertram, though, a very underrated player. What he brings, though, he's able to cause mayhem going down both up and down the right and left wings. He brings that as a referee Quincy Williams just calls things back. He brings the sense of chaos, organized chaos when he goes forward.
Yeah, with his pace and trickery, always difficult to defend against pace. Especially one-on-one, if you don't have help from the retreating defenders, retreating midfielders, or a centre-back that's coming across to help you. You're in for a long night.
So Darren John there, just taking a bit of skin off the back of Brent Sam's ankle. Gonzalez headed clear. Brent Sam's half shot, but it's cleared out.
Only a half shot, but I've seen those given.
So the Defence Force Elite, if you're just joining us, they scored Defence Force Elite. They lead 1-0. A goal scored by Shaq Bertram. As Club Sando, they are in orange and black. They're up against the Defence Force in a jazzy blue and yellow. And Luke Phillip again trying to do too much. Sadu wins out. And they go back to Jelani Peters. He skips past the first challenge, but he's brought down by Big Nicholas Dillon. Of course.
Again, we see Luke Phillip receiving the ball with his back towards where he wants to go. And even if that is the case, just bump it off to the midfielder that's facing you. He's taking an extra touch and he's getting himself closed down and into trouble.
Ball played forward. A bit of a heavy touch. And quickly taken. Ball played wider. John. Early ball across. Henry.
Perhaps just too much juice on the cross. I think he also had the option of putting it along the floor. That might have made it more inviting for him.
So it was a good ball floated in there by Darren John. Shaquille Henry should have done a whole lot better there.
Hardly floated in, was fizzed in there at full speed. Unable to control it. Very difficult to control, to be fair. On the floor might have been a better option.
So Defense Force Elite leading this one. Earlier, the Defense Force second tier getting the better of the Prison Service Tier 1 team, 3-1. In what was a very cagey encounter, but then it was blasted right open. Ball played forward here. Jelani Peters. Isaiah Garcia. Nice interchange of pass, but good tackle there by Cooper. As the coach of the Defense Force Elite, former Soca Warriors player, Denzel Theobald, Jessup from the bench. Luke Phillip again. No call. So everyone is upset with the referee. Well, that means he's consistent. We don't know if he's consistently good or consistently bad, Redanfa.
I reserve comment on that, but he is consistent. He's really gone through the back of him there, honestly.
Both benches up in arms versus calls or non-calls. With Anfado, I noticed something. The fourth official, for those who don't know him, is one Professor McIntyre. Yes, and he's a member of the Defense Force. No, he's the fourth official. This one. Oh. It's not, no. Sorry, it seems to be Samuel. So I asked my pardon. I saw McIntyre earlier on. So it's Samuel who's there as the fourth official, as we have a bit of a restart. Ball played forward. Pascal. Karat. Jelani Felix. Koryat. And it goes back to the keeper who bangs it forward. Cut out. Exchanging passes, Sintile and Felix. Felix looking for movement, and he decides to go back to his keeper, Bigat. So Bigot bounces, finds Felix. Felix aimed at Sam. They loses out.
Trouble here.
Henry. Unable. Shaquille smack Henry. He's been off tonight, Erdanfa.
Yeah, there, but definitely rushing the shot. Found space, played in well by Dylan. He had enough time. Maybe he could have taken another touch, settled himself. That's poor from him, really. That's what they're sort of playing for. They stay compact, make sure they can't play through the midfield, force an error. They got two guys up front as opposed to the one that they usually have. Perfect scenario for them. But could it be that their lack of finishing, lack of composure in front of goal comes to haunt them once more against defense force?
Is it a case of deja vu with Anfa? About 2 weeks ago, we saw defense force playing on Club Sando, and a similar thing happened. They had a number of opportunities early on, and in the end, though, the defense force were triumphant, marching home. Really, it an impressive win. Persons who were not at the game would have thought it would have been an easy win for the defense force, but in reality, it wasn't so. Likewise, tonight, the defense Sando, after repelling, although they went down a 1 goal against defense force, repelling that early attack, they had 2 opportunities, and neither even drawing a save out of the keeper.
Yeah, for the Club Sando perspective, they'll hope it's not deja vu, but so far it's following the exact same script as we witnessed 2 weeks ago in the league game.
And Christopher Bigger just slowing things down. So Bigger just starting it at the back. Jelani Peters. Back to Bigot. Both would know each other well. Both from the Digger Martin area. Some good skill there by Brent Sam. Skips past one challenge and the other. Oh, just a bit too far forward. He did all the hard work and then they just give it away.
Disappointing from Sam. 4 against 1. He could have gone himself. A little bit fortuitous, but with the first touch, but not the second one. That was silky smooth, but that final pass.
So he did all the hard stuff, and then the easiest pass, a square pass to Koreati. He played it in the arms of the goalkeeper.
Yeah, to say that was overhit is an understatement.
Again, no ball attendance at Redanfa. I mentioned it in the first game. I think I'll mention it now because I'm sure the organizers will get it right from here on in, that in the next couple of games we gotta get ball attendance for every game.
There was a call, but it's a Wednesday night at 8 p.m. in Couva. I'm not sure what 13, 14-year-old they could get out here at this hour to do that kind of job. So again, we have these massive stoppages in the game. Kills the tempo, kills the rhythm of the game. Not sure who that favors at the moment. Perhaps defense force.
And another infringement here.
Like she's giving it the other way. He's giving it against the attacking player this time.
So it's the defense force who's gonna get this free kick. Jelani Brain Peters. He goes back to Bigot. Bigot finds Garcia. Garcia Going back to Bigot. It's going to fall to Saint-Hilaire. He's lightning fast.
He is quick. Perhaps he doesn't know how quick he is. Every single time he's cut back on that right foot. I'd like to see him take it to the byline. All the way, cut it back. Doesn't matter left foot, but get it across the face of the goal. It's backwards, it's turning back, it's negative. So much easier to defend.
So the fourth official has just signaled that 4 minutes of added on time will be played. So 4 minutes of added on time to be played. Defense Force leading this one 1-0. A goal scored by Shaquille Shaq Bertram. Now, Redan, for your thoughts on inverted wingers. It was made popular really by the likes of Messi and Ronaldo. But your thoughts on that, especially when you see the likes of Keaton Saint-Hilaire bursting past the player?
Tempo's flaring on the touchline. It's late. He's definitely caught him behind the ankle there. Right under the guise of both coaches. And they having a telling off by the referee now. Perhaps the referee should focus less on the coaches than what is actually happening on the pitch.
Yeah, I think the referee got it right there. It was a foul. We're hearing talks of Kevin Costa and Denzel, not Denzel Thibault, Washington, famous actors there. Early ball, Nicholas Dillon. So it's a heated one here, both on and off the field. Hamilton. Ball aimed at Luke Phillip. Keeps it in play. Finds Darren John. Back to Luke Phillip. Luke Phillip with the early ball. So looking to finish the half strong here. The Club Sando team. Henry. He's gotten 2 opportunities early on, gives this one away. Saint-Hilaire putting on the Lasco fans. And the referee just stopping play. It's Jelani Peters who's gone down.
Yeah, but just before that, once again, Saint-Hilaire twisting, turning, knock it past the defender, man. Take him for a run, see what he has, force him into a challenge, force him to poke it out. The worst case scenario. When you slow yourself down, you begin to dance, you give the opposition time to double up on you. That's exactly what has happened.
It's been a very heated one here. We're done for both on and off the pitch. a lot of by-play and foreplay between the two coaches.
Yeah, it's tense. It's tense down in the technical areas. Angus Eva, of course, most capped player in Trinidad and Tobago's history, in excess of 130 appearances with Trinidad. Denzel Theobald, no slouch either. Grand total of 99 international caps, inclusive of playing with our historic 2006 World Cup team. So massive experience on the bench playing-wise.
Well, referee Quincy Williams gonna get the restart going. Felix, it was aimed at Brent Sam. And
Dine in, take out for flavors that transport you. Indulged into our meats marinated in our secret spice blend and slow jerked to smoky perfection, bold, spicy and utterly unforgettable. Dive into our local classics like steamed dumplings and provision, smoked herring or saltfish breakfast, hearty stews and coconut infused sides. Only at the Jerk Bar, 38 Frederick Street, Port of Spain.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
Dine in, take out for flavors that transport you. Indulged into our meats marinated in our secret spice blend and slow jerked to smoky perfection, bold, spicy, and utterly unforgettable. Dive into our local classics like steamed dumplings and provision, smoked herring or saltfish breakfast, hearty stews and coconut-infused sides. Only at the Jerk Bar, 38 Frederick Street, Port of Spain.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
Dine in, take out for flavors that transport you. Indulged into our meats marinated in our secret spice blend and slow jerked to smoky perfection, bold, spicy, and utterly unforgettable. Dive into our local classics like steamed dumplings and provision, smoked herring or saltfish breakfast, hearty stews and coconut-infused sides. Only at the Jerk Bar, 38 Frederick Street, Port of Spain.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby
Dine in, take out for flavors that transport you. Indulged into our meats marinated in our secret spice blend and slow jerked to smoky perfection, bold, spicy, and utterly unforgettable. Dive into our local classics like steamed dumplings and provision, smoked herring or saltfish breakfast, hearty stews and coconut-infused sides. Only at the Jerk Bar, 38 Frederick Street, Port of Spain.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.
Ready for second of action as we see jogging on for the Club Sando team as they've made a change. Karen Ballpress Cummins, he'll enter the fray. I think he's going to be replacing Nicholas Dillon. Yeah, he's replacing Nicholas Dillon. So Nicholas Dillon is being substituted off, and on comes Karen Ballpress Cummins. I'm going to pair together with Rodanfa Abubakar. Rodanfa, we saw that substitution coming.
Yeah, Dylan, a little off color today. He was put there to add an extra body alongside Shaquille Henry. It hasn't quite worked out.
So that's the kickoff as Cummins gets on the ball early here.
What Cummins will do, though, Gordon, is be a player that you could get on the ball. They didn't play much through midfield. That's a function, of course, of the crowded midfield that Defence Force have insisted upon. They've packed that midfield and made it very difficult for them to play through. But with a player his class, he always finds space, as he has here.
So he's already been on just a couple of minutes and he's showing his impact on the game. Yeah, he is again on the ball.
Yeah, always available. You can trust him to keep possession and find a pass. Usually a forward positive pass.
Good defensive header there by Garcia. And this one's a more powerful one. Cooper. John. He loses out. Bertram finding Garcia on the overlap. Ball pulled back.
It's good work from Cooper.
Luke Phillip. Hamilton. Cummins. Henry. One Henry to the other. A bit of a push, no call by the referee. And flying down the wing is Williams. Williams. Not the best of shots there.
Good idea, good idea. Dragging it inside, trying to curl it into that far corner. Didn't make the connection he really wanted.
The ball banged upfield. He was trying to get a Bertram going.
Yeah, I remember you alluded to the inverted wingers in the first half. That's the benefit of it there. If he's left-footed, it stands a better chance of finding that far corner.
Sam. Sado. Still Sado. Keller. Jelani Felix. Flying wing back. Loves to get forward. Shot from distance. I think it was hopeful at best. A bit over-ambitious.
Yeah, but the position he picks up when they attack down the right side. He's encouraged to tuck into midfield, allowing Sinelea the entire wing to patrol on his own. That's a feature of our Denzel Theobald team now. That wing back tucking inside and making an extra man in midfield.
Denzel Theobald, he's been up all match long. Good defensive header there by Garcia. Scintille. Ball played into the channel. But Jabari Henry, good defensive header there from Peters. Hamilton. Wider to John. Unable to keep it in play.
Unable to gather that one, but did it have to go in the air? Perhaps not.
The early ball forward. Shaquille Smack Henry.
It's better.
But St. Hilaire doing a lot of work there. These are wingers for the defense force. They've used every yard on the pitch. Ball played through. Good composure there.
But also good defending to regain possession.
So some strong work there. Jelani Felix, he's definitely, he'd been rested. And Arau Wilson got the nods at the wing back. He adds a different dimension to the wing back position. But Jelani Felix brings loads of energy. I think that's where he just will be preferred at wing back than Joshua Rao Wilson.
Yeah, competent defender as well, but he certainly gives you more attacking options. His pace and pretty decent left foot.
Ball early, coming and claiming Ezrago. Now, what would have been your halftime talk if you were the coach of the Club Sando team?
Of course, preparing Kieran Cummings, that gives me another option through the midfield, as we see here. Haven't seen much of that in the first half, but they do have the confidence now with a player of his caliber to play through the midfield. Yes, maybe they're a little lighter up front without Dylan, but Luke, Phillip, Joseph, perhaps even Hamilton must join Shaquille Henry when it's played up to him. Quicker, faster, and even consider running beyond him. It's much better from Phillip. First touch taking him forward. Positive first touch.
Scintille. So both teams exchanging possession here. Scintille, though, he had an awesome opportunity to get into the area. No call by the referee, and it goes out for a goal kick.
Yeah, but credit to Pascal for standing him up, staying on his feet. Him and Cooper have hardly put a foot wrong in this game so far. They've been really solid, two former national under-20 centre-backs. Tell you what, Gordon, this game is far from over.
Yeah, it just seems like it has a couple of goals still in it. Commanding header there. And you will see both coaches, they're up.
Both very animated.
Hamilton, Cooper, finding John Wider. Rago, Jabari Henry, finding Shaquille Henry. He's up against, goes past Jelani Peters. Still Henry. Finds Williams. Williams cutting inside. Good defensive challenge there by Sando.
That's vital, vital. If that had settled to the feet of Cummins, it would be hard to see a different result than to see the net ripple. Outstanding recovery and challenge from Sando there. Crucial.
Hamilton. In the first half, we talk about the improvement of Justin Sando in terms of his defensive part of the game, and we saw it there just a little while ago, getting back and putting in that last tackle. Brent Sam. And there we saw Jason Joseph. He's known for that style of play.
Yeah, just getting the arm up to get it in the face of Brent Sam.
Early ball. See onside. And they're straight at the keeper.
It's a hard drop. That's very dangerous with a player like Henry. capable and competent enough on the left foot. Couldn't get it past Brigade, well positioned.
Good defensive header. So the defense force team, they've been under a little pressure since the start of the second half.
Yeah, Club Sando very much in this game, and that has prompted the defense force to get ready what looks like Rion Moore and Kevin Molino. So we may be seeing them soon.
No call by the referee. A bit of byplay between those two. That's Curtis Boyle Gonzalez and Luke Phillip. And the referee, Quincy Williams, just calling the two players across.
Yeah, strong tackle at the side there.
Movement on the defense force bench as they look to get some firepower in. Kevin Molino as well as Isaiah Bongo Leacock getting ready. After that, Rion King. So going for broke here. Coach Denzel would have so on just what we have seen that the Club Sando team is still very much in this one, and he'll be looking to put it to bed here, sending for the artillery for the backup as it's called a reinforcement. And what a reinforcement that is to have Kevin Molino, Isaiah Bongo Leacock, as well as Rion Moore on the bench.
Yeah, not bad options to have. But it's just a symptom of how he feels at the moment, not comfortable with how things are going.
He's into the area. Ball across. Oh! Brilliant. It came over the upright. A hand. It was Saint-Hilaire using his right boot this time. Got the cross coming. And it was just pushed up onto the upright and then back into his arms. So has stayed on.
Yeah, big chance there. Tight angle, driven across high. It's off of Ragu, off the crossbar, and fortuitously back in his grateful arms. Could have gone anywhere. But fortunately for Club Sando, nestled into the chest of Ragu.
So with the stop, it's called for the brigade, and the brigade is coming. Look at this substitution window for the defense force. Looking to come on. It's the A-lister list. The joint leading goal scorer, Kevin Molino. Joint leading goal scorer, Isaiah Bongo Leacock, Rion Moore, and after that, Kaima Thomas. So it's a substitution window as you're not going to see often in the TTPFL. As off comes Sado, as well as Saint-Hilaire. Big Brent Sam also makes his departure. And Shaq Bertram, the scorer of the only goal in this game, leaves as well. And they've been replaced by two players that leads the league in goals. They've gotten 16 apiece from Kevin Molino and Isaiah Bongo Leacock. Add to that, Rion Moore and Kaim Thomas. And the intent is clear. Defense force looking to bomb the barracks here.
As we look at that previous chance, heavy artillery called for. They're not looking to see this game out. They're definitely looking to extend their lead. I'm not sure if he would have wanted to have them on tonight, perhaps have a day off. But the way the game is going, Sando have kept in it. So he's called on his insurance policy.
So it's Kyle Thomas looking to make his presence felt, but he's just lost out. Hamilton. Williams finding Shaquille Smith-Henry. Good work there by Jelani Felix, but he's just able to break that press. And then that ball given away cheaply. You can't afford to make mistakes with the artillery on the pitch, but it's Garcia. He goes back to Curtis Boyer Gonzalez. Gonzalez finding that's Keller in the pocket. Keller finds Thomas. Crawford. Nice one-time passes here. A bit of a rondo. So they're playing like if they're in a rondo here, the defense force.
Yeah, they want to take this thing out of the game a little bit, frustrate Club Sando perhaps into being impatient and losing their shape and then taking advantage of that.
More. Still more. Good defensive work. But just played out. More would have gone down. Ryan Moore. So the physios just jog on. So we're done for. It's so good when you got the luxury of riches to make the substitutions that the defense force has made thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. You look across their bench and so many options to add to what you have on the pitch. So important for any team that wants to win titles, go deep into competitions. You have to have a good enough bench. There's always incidents of injuries and suspensions and sometimes a loss of form. And to have the luxury and the facility of players that could step in and maintain and even augment that level that is already on the pitch. It's a dream for a coach.
Yeah, well, what we cool about the luxuries of riches in the Tier 1 team, what about Defence Force as a club in terms of what the Tier 2 team has also brought? It's been a bit of a fairy tale. They have downed a number of Tier 1 teams on their way here. Of course, the biggest being the high-flying Jablote, the young high-flying Jablote team, that they down 2-0. This evening, another Tier 1 team scalped in the prison's outfit. That for a story, though.
Yeah, and a lot of that is down to the organization itself, how they run the organization, how they play, how they train, their attitude towards everything they do.
Well, it's the Club Sando team looking to write a storybook ending of their own as Keller just barges Philip off the ball. And then he's barged off the ball by Hamilton. Early ball by Cummins. Good possession here by the defense force. That's a brilliant ball. Thomas. Just cutting back. And it's easily read by Pascal.
We talk about Leacock being a little bit raw. You're the number 9. You should be heading towards that penalty area, towards that 6-yard line. The cutback is for the midfielders that come behind you. He's screaming for the cutback. And really and truly, he should be heading towards that 6-yard line for a cross across the goal.
Well,
Lino, Coriat, those boys will pick up those pieces from behind you.
And the Karen Ball press comments, he got a yellow card while we were discussing, and they're picking up a chief foul again. It's in a very tricky area though.
Yeah, Club Sando have worked hard to stay in this game. It's far from over. Just one goal in it. It's a slip, a moment of brilliance, and it could be a tied game. So they wouldn't want to give away anything soft and easy off of this set play.
Well, they've conceded from a set piece. That's Club Sando. Another set piece here. Curtis Boyer Gonzalez stands over this one. Floats this one across. And Jelani Brain Peter, he got his head to it, but was unable to keep it down. And it goes out.
Yeah, rising in between the two Club Sando centre backs. But they did enough to throw him off. And he could only pop that header over the top of the crossbar.
So going down in a bundle there is the captain. That's Hamilton.
Yeah, I think he took a knock to the head. That's all his worrying. And we did see the player standing over him, signaling to the bench to get on quickly. Yeah, just as he came over the top of him, probably just caught him in the back. Maybe a touch of whiplash. He's up on his feet, so that's a good sign.
Now remember, if you want to see the other game, that's Police up against Sando Giants. That game at the half, 1-0 to the Police team. You can view it on the Wave TV Facebook, the Wave TV Facebook page. As referee Quincy Williams looking to have a restart. He does. Luke Phillip. Cooper. And a lot of soft fouls all about the pitch here with Anfer.
Yeah, he's just a little bit late. Not on the same page. Having to stretch a little bit, and in a sense, good foul, breaking up the counter attack.
Bongo Leacock.
Left foot.
Shot.
Gordon, with just over 20 minutes left for Sando to get back into this game, they need to be a lot more urgency to get up in support of Henry. He's being outnumbered, out-hustled on almost every occasion. He needs an extra orange jersey around him just to bump the ball off of, perhaps just to distract the defender. You leave him one-on-one, and you could hedge your bets on him getting a shot off or creating a more dangerous situation than when he's up against both Peters and Gonzalez.
Ball going out of play. As this seems to be a signal of intent. as Cooper comes on. Jamie Cooper. He takes the place of that's Moore, who has a head injury. So Ryan Moore just being substituted off.
Yeah, he's
Would
been
have
in the
picked up a
wars,
head
went
injury.
down, caught a bit of an elbow, had a bleeding eye. And I just think out of an abundance of caution, he's been taken out.
So the defense force looking to push home the advantage here. Ball played through. It goes into the hands of Biggett. Now, Rodolfo, how do you manage as a player here the national team looking to go to London to play the Unity Cup in a short while, a long season, a long summer ahead for the national team, and he's gone on just outside the area. We love to see that over play, but it's Cooper who finds himself in the referee's book.
Wriggled away from him, got the wrong side of him. Unfortunate that it was just inches perhaps outside that box.
So back to the question, Rodolfo.
So close. Tangle of legs.
Standing over this ball is Curtis Gonzalez. So how do you as a player manage Ryan Moore? I think he will definitely be in the plans of Coach Dwight York. And the ball going to the hands of goalkeeper Rago, throws it out to Cummins. Hamilton. Cummins. Jabari Henry. Joseph. Pascal.
Yeah, to your
it's good.
question, Gordon, of national team players and how do you prepare them? Listen, you want them at peak fitness. You can't afford to think too much about injuries and that kind of thing at this stage. Injuries are part of the game. You play as hard as you can. Put in your best effort. Engineer a good performance. That's what you're meant to do as a footballer. Anytime you think too hard and too much about avoiding an injury when you're near an international break and that kind of thing, you have the tendency to run into problems of that nature. So you play a natural game, you put in a proper performance, put in your shift, and get yourself prepared in good form and good fitness for the national team duty.
So it's going to be Keller who finds himself in the referee's book. Kazim Keller. And it's Luke Phillip who's gone down. Point 14.
Yeah, really
The youngster.
late on that tackle.
He had a magical season in the first year of the Tier 1 when Club Sando placed second. played stirred, forgive me. Ball played forward. And look at it. Scoops it up. Bowls it out. Jelani Felix. Lots of room and time. Molino finding Garcia. Back to Molino. Challenges have been coming fast and furious. It's brought down at the edge of the area.
Just outside again, I think.
And it's Darren John. And he receives a card. Stacking up here.
Yeah, Molino popping up everywhere. He's given the license to roam. Popping up on the right flank this time. Inches away from earning a penalty. But that's another massive benefit to this defense force team. His intelligence to find space, the most dangerous space during attacks. You've seen him do it again there.
Well, it's going to be Curtis Boyer Gonzalez. He's gotten a number of opportunities to put it into the area. Jelani Peters have gotten his head a couple, yet to make them count. Can he make it count this time around? Referee Quincy Williams just ensuring that all is well. So it's going to be Gonzalez. Ball floated into the area, and then it's headed clear. Keeper comes. Goes high, and it's Jelani Peters. But that's more how the timekeepers will protect their area. You don't expect a player to come out first best there.
Yeah, no real intent to damage
he went
an
after the
on-rushing
ball.
defense force player.
But it was Jelani Peters there. But he's a tough guy. He up. The veteran now. Former the W connection man. Oh, it's Bongo. Yeah, it's Isaiah Leacock who's up there.
Yeah, both had
So Isaiah
full
Bongo
rights to go
Leacock,
for the ball.
the exuberance of youth there. But he's up. And the game has continued. So it was Bongo Leacock. But he's up. So all's well that ends well. Williams. Finding Hamilton. Hamilton with a shot. A deflection. Whoa. Just going wide there.
That's all it takes, Gordon. They haven't put the game to bed. And with 10 or so minutes to go, there'll be a nervous defense force bench. Something as fortuitous as that could happen and turn this game on its head.
Well, this is what the cups are about. You could have all the form in the world, all the Magic players to make a four-prong window that everyone will be oohing and eyeing about. But in cup games, it's all about the fight, all about the intensity. And is there a Cinderella story here? Ball floated at the far post. It's back inside. Headed on. Cooper. Cummins. Cooper. Pascal. Given away cheaply. And Hamilton finds himself in the referee's book. So cards have been sharing. Eh? Is it all fours we're playing with Anford? A lot of cards. Referee just calling back the play.
That's sloppy from Club Sando, forcing Hamilton into that foul. That earned him the yellow card.
Of course, with all these injuries, we want to big up A&J Physiotherapy and Ambulance Services, who provided the ambulance services for the matches here in the TTPFL. They have been loyal servants, Mr. Anthony James and his ambulance services and medics. And when you see players getting cuts like Ryan Moore did, Kevin Molino still showing the magic.
Strong from Hamilton as well. Good response from him.
Bongo Leacock. Bongo Leacock. Early ball. Keller. Ball played inside. Given away. Molino slowing it down to a walk. Felix, one-time ball to Thomas. And he's already been booked.
Yeah, good move, taking him on inside.
Quickly take on. Pull across. Keller. Garcia. Garcia. Goes out for a goal kick.
Good driving run from Garcia there. But only a sea of orange in front of him, despite the urging of the crowd for him to shoot. Hesitated, and in the end crowded out.
So looking for solutions, and the Club Sando team looking to bring on that Cordell. So Cordell Samuels coming on.
There's also Mark Wolf. He replaces Darren John. And of course the number 8, Jabari Forbes.
So they're going for broke here. Cordell Samuel. Williams. Is he onside? Ball across. So it's going to be a corner.
Hesitation there from the substitute Wolf. Delayed and gave the defensive back line enough time to get back in position and smuggle it for a corner.
He's going to float this one into the area with the left boot, scrolling in. So it's going to be another corner. Not much more time left in this one. So 3 minutes. It's going for broke time here. Kieran Ballpest Cummins. He's got a very intelligent left boot. Can he provide some magic here? He always has magic in him. Can he do it one more time? Ball curled into the area. Just headed clear. So it goes out and it's going to be a throw-in. So soon we'll see the fourth official, Mr. Samuels, just signaling how much time would be added on.
Yeah, not a whole lot of time left for Samuels, Worf, and Forbes to make an impact. But the three of them have gone directly up. 3 strikers now, with Cummins in behind them.
So Cummins, that's a good turn.
Good for Worf. He'll be
He's
searching
up
for his left foot.
Ball floated across. Goes out. It's going to be a throw-in.
Again, could he drive at that byline? Get that cross in and around the back of the defense. Have everyone facing their own goal. Instead, the cutback makes it so much easier to defend.
Henry. Williams, back to Henry. Ball floated across.
It's a good decision from
And it's cleared out.
Gonzalez.
Anywhere will do. So if they're able to see this victory home with Anfield, it wouldn't be a pretty one, but it will be effective.
No, not a lot in this game tonight. Fine margins.
One individual moment when Shaquille Bertram banged a loose ball from a set piece, a shot from distance. So a lot of arguing taking place between the defense force players on the pitch.
I think it's a little nervous emotion spilling out. They know they haven't been at their best tonight.
Now, with Anfield, sometimes resting players and rotating players just has the effect of getting the players out of rhythm. They would have been in a rhythm. Now, you would have your players in rhythm and then rest some of them, rotate them. You would have had the likes of Bertram, Garcia, Felix, all returning after a couple of games off. Ball is in the area, cleared out there. You also have Jelani Peters coming into the starting lineups. So data rotation as the fourth official just signals that 6 minutes. So there will be 6 minutes of added on time.
Yeah, Gordon, that's the trade-off that you have to juggle sometimes. Keeping fresh players and sometimes, as you say, losing that rhythm. A lot of players like to play week in, week out, the full 90 minutes. And when you take them off that schedule, sometimes, as you say, they lose their rhythm, they lose their form, lose a little bit of their match fitness and sharpness. That might be stepping in. But that's the job of the manager, to juggle these players and make sure he has his best 11 and a happy squad.
So it's Club Sando. Cooper, that's Jam Cooper. And they go all the way back Headed clear. So it's the Defence Force Elite looking like they're going to be booking a semi-final place. The two Defence Force teams marching on. So the whole Defence Force, should I say, hierarchy, both civilian and military. The CDS Smart in the, Daniel in the stands. After that, Flight Lieutenant Otley, the director of football. Brent Sancho, the consultant and behind the scenes advisor.
Not a lot in that.
Club Sando just seems to have run out of ideas here, Redanfa.
Yeah, I was hoping they would have a better go at this, but they have been stifled by Keller and that compact midfield with Coriat. And when Henry was on, he was too isolated, so they weren't able to create the chances that really threatened the goal of Bigot. I think he probably touched the ball with his hands just once.
Bongo Leacock has stayed down. The referee will wait for him to get up and then issue him his present. And that's his present, a yellow card.
Big chance here, Gordon. Perhaps their last chance. Their last real genuine chance. With Cummins over it. You could expect something in swinging. If he gets the weight of this pass right, the trajectory right in and around that penalty spot, Bigot could have some problems.
Cummins floats it into the area.
It's a corner.
So it's going to be a corner.
It's a really good defensive header from Peters. Hung up there, not easy to read. But he did well. Must be switched on here though.
Quickly taken. Ball floated into the area. Cummins has already been booked.
Yeah, that's that vital touch from Peters. Not
So
easy,
coaches
those
Boyle
90 minutes
Gonzalez
plus.
to take this one. They're just slowing things down. Ball bounced forward. Molino. Aimed at Keller. Goes out. So time beginning to wind down here in this the quarterfinal between the Defence Force Elite and Club Sando. Ball floated. Goes out.
It might have been their last chance, Gordon. As you said, they seem to have run out of ideas. run out the legs. They have looked a better team with Cummins on the pitch the second half, but still not able to create enough to really trouble Bigot. Defense force have stood firm.
And that's the final whistle. At the end of it all, the Defense Force, they march on 1-0. They came, they saw, and they conquered. A goal scored by Shaquille Bertram in the first half is all that separates these two teams. Rodolfo, the fairy tale of Defense Force continues yet rolling.
Yeah, not a whole lot in this game. Just a set play goal, really. Nothing much in it. Once again, Defense Force find a way, as every good champion team does. They leaked out one here today. 1-0 Defense Force.
Well, you heard it here. Police, they have wrapped up the victory against the Giants up at La Hoqueta. So the semi-finalists have been chosen or qualified in that Real Matura. They'll meet Defense Force Super League and Defense Force Elite will meet the winners of the Defense Force, the police game. Well, from all of us here, I'm Gordon Pierre. I want to thank you for viewing another edition of the TTPFL as we bring the First Citizens Cup quarterfinals to an end. So from all of us here, good night and be safe.
Dine in, take out for flavors that transport you. Indulged into our meats marinated in our secret spice blend and slow jerked to smoky perfection, bold, spicy, and utterly unforgettable. Dive into our local classics like steamed dumplings and provision, smoked herring or saltfish breakfast, hearty stews and coconut-infused sides. Only at the Jerk Bar, 38 Frederick Street, Port of Spain.
For all your catering needs, weddings, baby showers, sporting events and much more, Rachel's Catering Services. WhatsApp at 715-0696.